Alrighty, this should be live at the moment. Let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me, see me, stuff like that. Chat test. Let's see if this shows up on the stream. Yeah, it does. Good enough. Okay. Shadow from the light above. So, who's connected already? Who is connected already? Raise your hands. Not streaming to Twitch today. Audio is choppy, like audio is choppy. That's going to be a problem. My channel live. Okay, testing. Okay, now I can hear the problem. Let's see what can I do about that. Okay, microphone. How about now? Did anything change? No, it did not. Basically, it sounds like someone's flicking me. Yeah, I can hear it. I'm listening to myself over the YouTube on the phone. Let's troubleshoot. What is this about? Okay, audio. Desktop audio. Let me see. Recording. OBS. Audio from. How about now? Oh, now it seems to be better. Okay. Yeah. I have been listening to myself through these headphones over the phone, so I can get a good idea about what is truly going on the stream. Okay, I think that concludes the test. It was a minor issue which I accidentally turned on when I was uh, setting up everything. How many people do we even have here? 5 people? Nice. Do I put everything on one screen? I think I should. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. What caused it? I'm not particularly sure. In the Do you know Pavuc control? PAVUC control. It's an application for tuning the volumes of input and output, which is not from KDE or from GNOME. It's like universal. And when I turned on OBS for the first time, it didn't seem to be recording anything from my microphone. So I was changing some settings in this audio input output thingy, and I enabled something that I thought I shouldn't have done, but it didn't seem to cause any trouble before the stream started. And then I remembered what I did, so I just turned it back as it was. I'm not entirely sure what I did, but I did remember what I enabled, so I just disabled what I enabled manually. It's a weird thing. There is a lot of first on this stream today. I have returned to my desktop PC, so that alone needs a little bit of a checkup because I haven't used desktop PC for a couple of weeks. I wasn't sure if everything is working properly. Also, I have changed the graphics card in my desktop PC. It's no longer AMD, now it's NVIDIA. So that also needs a checkup. I have changed the recording. There's something flying around me. I have changed the recording hardware, which is no longer CPU, but now it's GPU, which I never used on my desktop PC, on my floor PC. Now it's NVIDIA. That's another first. Fourth thing that I'm doing for the first time is that the right screen, so this one here, the screen on the right, literally a second monitor, is not connected to my computer at all. This monitor is actually connected to a completely different computer, which is connecting to my computer over the network via VNC, so like a remote desktop type of a software. And on Hyperland, I have extended desktop on a virtual monitor, kind of like a ghost monitor. But the second PC is connecting to this ghost monitor. So this is because my graphics card doesn't have two HDMI outputs, so I can't really plug in two HDMI monitors. So I have to have a second monitor for this stream simply because everything that I'm showing to you is on this 19-inch monitor, while all my controls are on the primary monitor. I just can't have everything on one screen because that would make it that you all see all my controls and all my chat and stuff, which is not something that I'm hiding. It's not secret. It's just clutter. It's a lot of clutter, and it would take up a lot of precious space for presentation. So I just can't. I just can't have only one monitor, and I tried with GNOME, and I have had some issues with that. It's not GNOME's fault. It's just that my GNOME configuration is not really ready for anything meaningful. It's like an out-of-the-box experience on this computer, so I just didn't have enough time and patience to configure something that I don't really plan on using. So I kind of tried with Hyperland and succeeded. Also, I added a new light above me. That's why you see shadow on my eyes. Also, I'm streaming from Hyperland, which is not that big of a deal because previously I have been streaming from KD Wayland session, which should be roughly the same experience. So basically you're having one extra monitor, but VM sent to other PC to be displayed on the real monitor. That sounds complicated. Yes, exactly that. Why double mouse on the screen? Yeah. That's the mouse from the. So the real mouse is one between O and W. So basically the top left. And the second one, I suppose it's from the second computer. I'm not sure if I can disable the local mouse. I'm not sure even if I want to disable it, to be honest, because then I will have no mouse on the second computer. Let me try move the mouse on another computer. Yeah, same effect. I can't really do anything about that right now. But yeah, basically I have told Hyperland that I have two monitors, out of which one is the HDMI 1 and the second one is virtual 1. And simply the virtual one, like it's headless, it doesn't exist. And I have connected the second computer to this virtual monitor just to show it, just so I can see it. In theory, you could see my content on the second screen, even if I wouldn't have a physical screen. But I'm the one who wouldn't be able to see it, so I'm not sure how that would work. Yeah, it would be a weird experience, I think. Yeah, also I was thinking about making a video on this topic. Actually, Alexei kind of gave me the idea for that, but in the meantime, I was thinking about right now the second monitor is being driven by a second laptop, but that's kind of I don't know. It's somewhat unnecessary. And also a little bit of a clutter. So I was thinking about using Raspberry Pi and just hook up Raspberry Pi to the monitor directly and have it boot up automatically as a remote screen. So it's kind of always available like a smart monitor or something like that. Basically, I would convert a stupid monitor into a smart monitor. We kind of have some other people on this stream. Nobody's really typing anything in chat. I'm gonna give everyone a couple of more minutes. How long are you willing to wait, Iceblade? We are not going to wait half an hour, but maybe a couple of more minutes or something like that. If you have another topic, We can talk about that while waiting for others to join up. Not in the hurry, okay. This is the same shitty camera that I have always been using, because where is it? In that video, which had a choppy sound, not choppy sound, the choppy video, that was like this phone was recording me. It has a pretty good camera. It's just a little bit broken, but the camera is fine. The camera is pretty good. It's just that I don't have anything to mount this device with. The last time I have made this video, I used my floor mount for the phone. Basically this one. This one here, yeah. I have put it here, but this thing is really tall, so it kind of recorded me from above, and it's a little bit complicated to put on the desk. I need something that would mount this on the monitor. But even then, it's a little bit pain in the ass to keep this always charged, and application for the remote picture sending for streaming the camera. That there is application on it that streams the camera to the OBS over the networking. All of that is a little bit too much to deal with. Together with this light, this is my wife's light for photography, but it's it's great and very strong, obviously, but it's really tall, and I have it on my desk at the moment, and it should be a lot lower. So I kind of need a couple more things that would, just work. I don't want to set up many things when I am starting to record. I just want to hit the record button and have everything ready for me. That's why I'm using this camera, because this camera is it's weaker. That's true, but it is also plug and play. Plug and play in the sense that I don't have to deal with it at all. Also, the shadow makes you look more like the logo. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. Maybe we should keep that. Maybe we should keep that for the future. We will see. Depending on, I have to open the door. Maybe. Maybe not. Wife is going to be at the door. Maybe not. Oh, give me a second. I'm gonna open the door. Did you hear me say ne? I'm just wondering how well the filter works for the microphone. Okay, nobody really showed up. That's fine. Let's learn this on our own. Heard more when you walked away, but basically nothing. Okay, okay. I was yelling at the dog for a short time, like really loud. Okay, let's manage some file permissions and ownership. Introduction. Let's put this away so I don't spill the water. Being a multi-user system, Linux needs some way to track who owns each file and whether or not a user is allowed to perform actions on a file. This is to ensure the privacy of users who might want to keep the contents of their files confidential, as well as to ensure collaboration by making certain files accessible to multiple users. So this is pretty much how it used to be back in the day. Nowadays, it's all about file permissions management in between different services that run under different uh, usernames on your Linux system. But previously, it was a lot more about different humans existing on the same Unix server, like hundreds or thousands of humans on a single server. That was pretty normal, um, somewhat, times ago. This is done through a three-level permissions system. Every file on disk is owned by a user and the user group and has three sets of permissions. One for its owner, one for the group who owns the file, and one for everyone else. In this lesson, you will learn how to query the permissions for a file, the meaning of these permissions, and how to manipulate them. Okay, querying information about files and directories. Let me call this didn't work as I hoped. I wanted this to go down and not on the left. Huh, this won't listen to me, right? How do I deal with this? Give me just a second. Window flexibility, move window, mod shift. That doesn't work. Okay, let me check my configuration then. Maybe just two full screen workspaces. That could work. That could work. Let me just see. Move focus. Main mode down. That's just focus. I don't need that. Okay, this is going to be a slight... grabbing a drink, that's fine. Okay, let's SSH into the server 168.99.206. There we go. Okay, this should be fairly usable now. Let me know when you're back in chat. Hey, Ghost Who Legs, I didn't really notice your chat message. Welcome in, and you're gonna just listen, that's fine. Good, even. Okay, I'm not sure how long Iceblade is going to be gone, but I think I can continue reading this. Except that my air condition is off. Or maybe it's not, but it's really hot. Why are there two mouse pointers? Because I didn't really have time to set up everything properly. Maybe there is an option for that. Let me check. Just a second. References. View only. This is Remina VNC. This is Remina doing the two-pointer thing. I think. I don't know. Remina is the one connecting to me and projecting two pointers for some reason. Perhaps the problem is that these pointers are not at the same position, which is kind of odd. Maybe if they would be on the same position, it would be fine. I may be able to disable the pointer in OBS, but in that case, you are going to see the wrong one. That's who stole the GNOME pointer. Settings. Stream appearance, output, video, accessibility, hotkeys, advanced. I'm looking at OBS settings. Maybe OBS can not capture the pointer or something. But I don't see it. Projectors, save projectors. I don't know. In scene props. Iceblade, welcome back. Like in filters for the scene. I don't know what are the badges. I think that's like being the first in chat or something. But Iceblade was also first in chat, and you weren't first in chat, so I'm not sure. That's something that YouTube changed. I didn't do anything. Uh, I don't see anything in regards to the pointer in scenes. Top fans. Okay, that could. It's dynamic. Yeah, I think you're right, Iceblade. It's changing. Alexa is now number one, and you have been a number one a couple of minutes ago. Yeah, I can't find anything in regards to pointer. But just to reiterate the changes, I'm back on the floor PC. I have replaced Radeon with NVIDIA, and I'm now using NVIDIA NVENC encoder with H264 because this is GTX card, Pascal. I could use Hefts H265, but without B frames, so I'm not sure how good is that. I think it's not worth it. Not sure. So that's NVIDIA encoding right now. The light is kind of new. I'm not sure if I'm going to use it the next time. There's a lot of work to mount it every time. The camera is the old one, and I'm in Hyperland now, not GNOME, which is kind of telling from whatever you see on the screen. And yeah, the Hyperland is calling a virtual monitor here. And I bound VNC onto the virtual monitor and connected with Ramina from remotely. And that's kind of it. Why not in KDE? You're spamming too much? I don't know. I don't know. I kind of like to do a bit more experimentation. We'll see where this leads later on. But generally, I'm not sure if I'm gonna continue the laptop experiment. It's just, I mean, the laptop being the only PC for computing experiment. I'm not sure how to. I'm not sure how to deal with this if I have external computer. We will see. It's all of it is slightly complicated to deal with when you have two computers. When you said like just use a stream PC, okay, but what if the stream PC is better than the primary PC, which is the laptop? So that's kind of that's kind of shit, I, I don't know how to deal with that. Decisions. That's what it is. Let's query some commands. The command ls is used to get a listing of the contents of any directory. In this basic form, all you get are the file names. So let's go ahead and do that with ls. Yeah, so you just get the file names, but also folders. Better is relative. When you want to sit on a couch, floor, PC is awful. Yeah, that's for sure. I can't take it with me. That's for sure. We can spam this topic a bit later if we can finish this lesson quick enough. I think we have already have been like 36 minutes in for no good reason. But I do want to chat about this topic more, but let's chew on the main topic first. But there is much more information available for each file, including its type, size, ownership, and more. To see this information, you must ask ls for a long form listing using the -l parameter. So it's kind of obvious, but for everyone who is watching the video on demand, the ls-l is going to give you slightly more information. Yeah, so there you go. You have these permissions, you have the owner, the group that owns the file, some kind of a file sizes here in these weird numbers, which you maybe don't know what they are, but we are going to get to that pretty soon. Each column on the output above has a meaning. Let us have a look at the columns relevant for this lesson. The first column on the listing shows the file type and permissions. For example, dr, wx, r, wxr, and so on. The first character D indicates the file type. The next three characters RWX indicate the permissions for the owner of the file, also referred to as user or you. Najglasnije. I ti nisi mogla sama. The next three characters, I have read this already, sorry. The next three characters RWX indicate the permissions of the group owning the file, also referred to as G. The last three characters R-X indicate the permissions for everyone else, also known as others or O. Iceblade says that D equals directory and not a file. That's relative. What they meant here is not wrong. They meant that the first character indicates the type of the file. In this case, the type of a file is directory. So in Linux, Unix, everything is a file. Yeah, as Alexei said. It is also common to hear the others permission set referred to as world permissions, as in everyone else in the world has these permissions. The third and fourth columns show ownership information, respectively, the user and the group that own the file. So in this case, the user Dart and the group Dart. The seventh and the last column show the file name. The second column indicates the number of hard links pointing to that file. The fifth column shows the file size. The sixth column shows the date and the time the file was last modified, but these columns are not relevant for the current topic. What about directories? If you try to query information about directory using ls-l, it will show you a listing of the directory's contents instead. So if you do ls-l another directory, let's do that on our ISO folder here, ls-l ISO, and we get the content. There is nothing. ls-l, let's do the cache. Actually, let me see the whole contents. Downloads, ls-l downloads. We don't have anything in there. So basically all of these folders are empty, but generally you would get the contents of the folder if you do this. To avoid this and query information about the directory itself, add the -d parameter to ls. So ls-l -d, another directory. I'm pretty sure you can do this together, L and D. ls-ld and then ISO. So you get the information just about this directory and not the contents inside. Iceblade says, didn't know could make ls with a target location. I just used cd to get there. Yeah, it depends on how you feel about it, because sometimes you want to enter the directory because you're going to do some more commands inside this directory, so your life may be easier if you just get inside in the first place. Why do I have a root own directory in your home directory? I have no clue. Maybe we can rewind some of the past lessons and see what did we do here, or what did I do here. But generally, I only connect to this virtual server when we're doing the Sunday live streams, and never again. Let me just check the uptime here. 13 days. Okay. I guess we have rebooted it on the previous stream. Viewing hidden files. The directory listing we have retrieved using ls-l before is incomplete. I think it was during suid explanation. Yeah, that's quite a good guess. There are 3 other files in the directory, but they're hidden. On Linux, files whose name starts with a period are automatically hidden. To see them, we need to add the -a parameter to ls. So basically ls -la to show the hidden files. ls-la, and we have some of the hidden stuff in here. 2 hidden folders, 3 hidden files. Good. The file this is hidden is simply hidden because its name starts with the dot. The directories dot and 2 dots in a row, however, are special. Dot is a pointer to the current directory, and 2 dots in a row is a pointer to the parent directory, the one which contains the current one. In Linux, every directory contains at least these 2 directories, so basically itself and its parent. Is there a reason to do -l -a instead of just putting it together with one dash? I don't think so, Iceblade. I have done it with just one dash my whole life. I don't really see a practical reason why I would want to separate these 2. If I think of something, I'm gonna tell you, but I don't think there is a real practical reason, except that you can. You can combine multiple parameters for ls and many other Linux commands. ls-l-a can, for example, be written as ls-la. Understanding file types. We have already mentioned that the first letter in each output of ls-l describes the type of the file. The 3 most common file types are -normal file, D directory, L symbolic link. Okay, so let's describe them. A file can contain data of any kind and help to manage this data. Files can be modified, moved, copied, and deleted. A directory contains the other files or directories and helps to organize the file system. Technically, directories are a special kind of file. Symbolic links. This file is a pointer to another file or directory elsewhere in the file system. In addition to these, there are 3 other file types that you should at least know about, but are out of scope for this lesson. B for a block device. This file stands for a virtual or physical device, usually disks or other kinds of storage devices, such as the hard disk, which might be represented by dev SDA, so a block device. A character device. This file stands for a virtual or physical device. Terminal, like the main terminal on dev TTY-S0, and serial ports are common examples of character devices. Iceblade says symlink and symbolic links are the same but shorter name, right? Yeah, that's correct. Socket with the designation S. Sockets serve as conduits passing information between 2 programs. There is another one that I have dealt with previously. I'm just not sure what the designation is, but we can try it. Other than symbolic links, there are also hard links. The difference being that symbolic links is merely pointing to an actual file, So if you make a symbolic link pointing to an actual file, you can edit the symbolic link, and in reality, you are editing the actual file on the destination, but you can delete the symbolic link. The hard link is a little bit of a weird thing because it behaves literally like a hard copy of a file, but they share the same data, but both of them kind of appear as an actual file. I'm gonna just give it a try because I forgot what they look like. Let's go ahead into ISO and make a copy. Let's link it, link -s for symbolic link from the parent directory fs tab into the current folder fs tab. Why can't I make a link? Because this should be the same. Yeah. Why do I have permission? Oh, root. Okay. Sudo ch own dart dot. Alexis says they look the same as normal ones, as file names are hard links themselves too. Yeah. Anyways, the symbolic links, the symbolic link looks like this. So if you would cut, for example, fs tab, you would get the content of the file. Yeah. But if we link the fs tab as a hard link, you would see that the size of the link is really small, while the size of a hard link is bigger. And how big it is as big as the original file. Look, so it is as big as the original file, but it's not really taking up double the space. It's not a copy of the file, it's more like a clone of the file, but both of these files take up the exact same space on your storage. So a hard link, yeah. If you alter a hard link file, it will automatically change on that other location. Yeah, because they are the same. They are the same entity. It's like having two humans which stand one inside each other, but they're not in the same place. I don't know how to explain it, but look, nano fs tab, there is new stuff in here. So I have wrote this nano. By the way, I have edited the symbolic link just to be clear. And now let's edit the original file. So open anyway. No. Why is it being edited by Dart? It's no longer edited by Dart. Vim. Vim. The hell? Forty-three, 421. I guess this process is my nano. Why does it say Vim? Confusing. Let's just see the contents of fstab. So you can see that we have new stuff in there because we have edited the symbolic link. And by editing the symbolic link, we have kind of edited the original file. If we edit the fstab hard link, more new stuff, save, and we see the original, we have more new stuff here. But yeah, whichever of these three you edit, you're going to edit both of them, but in reality you're only editing the one file which kind of exists in I don't know, sort of a Schrodinger's state of sorts. Iceblade says, okay, they are the same singular place, but you can see them in many locations. And Alexei says exactly. Just regular file name you see in directory list is a hard link itself. It's just you can have more than one hard link for a file. Let's do this. Remove, or maybe let's just move. Let's move parent directory fstab into the parent directory fstab 2. Okay. Look what happened. Our symbolic link is still pointing to something that no longer exists. So if we edit, let's just less. If we just less the symbolic link, it says that such a thing doesn't exist, meaning this one here doesn't exist. If we, what did I want to do? If I edit fstab hard link and put more stuff in there and save, and now I edit, actually we won't edit, let's just go to the parent folder, fstab 2. Okay, so you see we have more stuff here. This is kind of a proof that this is the same file. It doesn't really matter that I have renamed it in one of the folders, but the actual file is the file. Okay, and now the ultimate test. Let's delete the original file. Remove from the parent folder fstab 2. So now it's gone. The one that started everything, it is now completely gone. And we now have our symbolic link that still points nowhere. And we have a hard link, which is this big, which means less fstab hard link. So everything is still here. So basically we have removed a hard pointer in one of the locations to the actual file, but the another place still exists, which is pointing to the same file. We didn't really wipe it, to be precise. Now let's move fstab hard link into the parent folder and call it fs tab, and if I type ls-la, what is going to happen? The symbolic link suddenly started functioning again, but I have given it, the one that I named hard link. This is how these things work. I think this was kind of interesting because I have had a couple of meetings with hard links, and while the lesson is not really teaching the how to work with hard links, in some scenario I think it would be a good idea just to have this information somewhere in the back of your head. You might find a reason or a use case for this. In a lot of real life use cases, you will probably be using symbolic links, especially for some configuration files, like maybe web servers, for example. In the web servers, it is the usual method to have two folders for the configuration files. One configuration folder is called sites-available, and another folder is called sites-enabled. So in enabled, you put the actual config files from the perspective of the web server. But to make it easier for humans to understand which sites are prepared for deployment and which ones are enabled for deployment, it has been done in a way that sites available is the one which keeps the actual files, and sites enabled just keeps the symbolic links that point to the actual files. But from the web server's perspective, the ones in the enabled folder are the ones that make the difference. Alexei says, note that symlink size equals to path it links to. Okay, I didn't really know that. See it, the fonts. Okay. Confavel. And the different file sizes. Understanding permissions. In the output of ls-l, the file permissions are shown right after the file type as 3 groups of 3 characters each, in the order read, write, execute. Dash means lack of permission. R stands for read and has an octal value of 4. Do not worry, we will discuss octals shortly. This means permissions to open a file and read its contents. W stands for write and has an octal value of 2. This means permissions to edit or delete a file. X stands for execute and has an octal value of 1. This means that the file can be run as an executable or script. So, for example, a file with permissions rw- can be read and written to, but cannot be executed. Permissions on directories. Read stands for read and has an octal value of 4. This means permissions to read the directory's contents like file names. But it does not imply permissions to read the file themselves. W stands for write and has an octal value of 2. This means permissions to create or delete files in a directory. Keep in mind that you cannot make these changes with write permissions alone, but also need execute permission to change to the directory. Execute stands for execute and has an octal value of 1. This means permission to enter a directory, but not to list its folders. For that, R is needed. The last bit about directories may sound a bit confusing. Let us imagine, for example, that you have a directory named another directory with following permissions. D, which is directory, and literally everyone can only execute the directory. So the user, the group that owns the directory, and everyone else, basically everyone can only execute the directory. Also imagine that inside this directory you have a shell script called hello.sh. Iceblade is asking whether this is 111. Let's find out. Hello.shell has read, write, execute for the owner, read, execute for the group, and read, execute for everyone else. If you are the user Carol and try to list the contents of another directory, you will get an error message as your user lacks read permission for that directory. Okay, permission denied. Let's simulate. Another directory. Touch. Read, write, execute mod 755. Another directory. Hello. Sorry about that. And let's verify. Okay. And now mod. Can I do user minus read write on the another directory? Will that work? It will. Let's do the group. Let's do the other. I'm just showing you different ways to change permissions. So you don't always have to type numbers. And we got what we wanted by telling the other to remove. The minus is remove read and write. Alexei says mod A equals X directory. Does A stands for all? That would be a third way to do this. Okay. Okay, Alexei gave us a third way to do this. However, the user Carol does have execute permissions, which means that she can enter the directory. Therefore, the user can access files inside the directory as long as she has the correct permissions for the respective file. So let's see what's inside the folder, and permissions denied. But can we edit another directory? And inside we have, what was the name of the file? hello.sh. Directory is not writable. Okay, we cannot change it. Can we execute it? hello.sh. Yeah, apparently we can execute this. It's just that this script doesn't really do anything. You can change it. Echo. It works. Okay. However, the user Carol does have execute permissions, which means that she can enter the directory. Okay, let's enter the directory, cd, another directory. We are here, but we cannot list the contents, yeah? Therefore, the user Carol can access files inside the directory as long as she has the correct permissions for the respective file. Let us assume the user has full permissions, RWX, for the script hello.sh. We don't have to assume because we did do exactly that. Then she can run the script even though she cannot read the contents of the directory containing it if she knows the complete file name. Okay, so they execute it like this. sh and hello.sh. As we said before, permissions are specified in sequence. First, the owner of the file, then for the owning group, and then for other users. Whenever someone tries to perform an action on the file, the permissions are checked in the same fashion. Iceblade says LPI but not LPIC in the test. That stands for Linux Professional Institute, so it could be not a typo. First, the system checks if the current user owns the file, and then if this is true, it applies the first set of permissions only. Otherwise, it checks if the current user belongs to the group owning the file. In that case, it applies the second set of permissions only. In any other case, the system will apply the third set of permissions. This means that if the current user is the owner of the file, only the owner permissions are effective, even if the group or other permissions are more permissive than the owner's permissions. Next up, modifying permissions. Give me just a minute and you two guys can discuss whatever we are going to read here. I just have to grab something. Yeah, it actually said above in the lesson that U is the user, GRU is group. A is not all. Sorry. U user, G group, and O is other. O is other, not owner. Neil Thompson, welcome in. Okay, let's modify some permissions. The command chmod is used to modify the permissions for a file. And it takes at least two parameters. The first one describes which permissions to change, and the second one points to the file or directory where the change will be made. Keep in mind that only the owner of the file or system administrator root can change the permissions on a file. The permissions to change can be described in two different ways or modes. The first one called symbolic mode. Neil Thompson says, I had a really busy Friday, and at the end of it, I was thinking, dang, I missed the Fossum live stream, but now I see that the Shockmaster also missed it. Good timing, I guess. Yeah, it is what it is. I have had a rough week. A lot of stuff going on, both at work and at home, and with my computer, laptop, and everything else. So, by the way, what is the quality of the video here? I know that the quality of this screen in particular depends mostly on this camera and not on the encoder. But I'm just wondering if anyone noticed that I have switched to NVENC. If not, good. It seems better. Okay, the first mode, called symbolic mode, offers fine-grained control, allowing you to add or revoke a single permission without modifying others on the set. The other mode, called octal mode, is easier to remember and quicker to use if you wish to set all permission values at once. Both modes will lead to the same end result. So, for example, the commands change mode, user and group, add, read and write, and remove the execute, and then other, remove the read, write, and execute on the text file. So this is how it works if you want to do it all at once. The same thing can be done with change mode 660 on the text file. Beard less blurry than before. That is probably due to the light and not the encoder. I have a mosquito in the room. I have seen it. I have prepared some pain for the mosquito. Neil Thompson says a crazy Friday for us both then. I think the video looks okay, except the light versus dark contrast seems a bit extreme, like your face is very bright, but major shadow over your eyes from the hat. Um, I know that's not good because, it shouldn't be like that, but Iceblade kind of liked it. And he said that it reminds him on the logo itself. So I'm not gonna complain. This is not my light in particular. It's wife's light for the photography, and it's a bit pain in the ass to set up on the desk, and it's also really tall. I can't get it down. I'm probably gonna go and buy some cheaper lights that are going to be mounted permanently, and it will deal with the shadow as well. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Neil. So these two versions modes will produce exactly the same output: a file with the permission set, read write, nothing. Now let us see how each mode works. So symbolic mode, uh, perhaps easier to remember but slower to use. When describing which permissions to change in symbolic mode, the first characters indicates whose permissions you will alter. Those ones for the user, U, for the group, G, for the others, O, and for everyone, which is A. So let's say that this is the answer for Iceblade, what he asked a couple of minutes ago. Then you need to tell the command what to do. You can grant a permission with the plus, revoke a permission with the minus, or set it to a specific value with equals. Lastly, you specify which permissions you wish to act on: read, write, or execute. For example, imagine we have a file called text with the following permissions set: read, write, and then just read and read. If you wish to grant file permissions to members of the group owning the file, you would use the group plus write parameter. It is easier if you think about it this way. For the group G, grant plus write permissions W. So the command would be change mode group plus write on the file. Let us check the result with ls, and now it is read and write and read and write. So let's go ahead and check this. Touch text, and let's make it. I'm getting annoyed by the mosquito. It keeps flying where I can see it but can't reach it. It is what it is. Change mode all equals, I don't know, just execute. Which file? Text. Okay. So everyone has just the execute. And we wanted to make it group plus write. Change mode group plus write on the text, and then we want to see what did we do. We have added write to the group. Neil Thompson says, random unrelated side note, I've spent the past 5 months hanging onto Chromium version 128 just to use YouTube with Manifest v2 extensions. Recently learning of a new security threat to Chromium. Browsers are supposed to be up to date. Do you wish to remove read permissions for the owner of the same file? Think of it as for the user you revoke minus read r. So the parameter is change mode user minus read on the file. What if we want to set the permissions exactly as read, write, and then no execute for everyone? Think of it as for all, so change mode all equals read, write, and then nothing. So you have to type the dash. But yeah, this is how it is. Of course, it is possible to modify multiple permissions at the same time. In this case, separate them with a comma. So this is where it gets slower than the octal mode. Firefox exists. Sorry, I was reading the chat. The example above can be read as for the user you grant read, write, and execute permissions. For the group, revoke execute permission. When run on a directory, change mode modifies only the directory's permissions. Change mode also has a recursive mode, which is useful for when you want to change the permissions for all the files inside a directory and its subdirectories. To use this, add the parameter -R after the command name before the permissions to change. So if you want to give like everything the execute permissions recursively on everything that contains in the folder and the subfolders, just use the -R. Why would YouTube need its own browser? Maybe it's faster. I have heard that YouTube intentionally slows down Firefox loading, and it's nothing really that Firefox can do about it. Or so I have heard. The command can be read as recursively for the user you grant read, write, and execute permissions. So this here. Be careful and think twice before using the recursiveness, as it is easy to change permissions on files and directories which you do not want to change, especially on directories with a large number of files and subdirectories. The arts pointing is one reason, plus a browser acts like a container. Google is not allowed in my other browsers. Kind of interesting mode to work with. Iceblade, ready for the next mode? In octal mode, the permissions are specified in a different way, as a 3-digit value on octal notation a base 8 numeric system. Each permission has a corresponding value, and they are specified in the following order. First comes read, which is 4, then comes write, which is 2, and the last is execute, represented by 1. If there is no permission, use the value 0. So permission of read, write, and execute would be 7. 4 plus 2 plus 1. And r dash x would be 5. So this means 4 plus nothing, no permission, and then 1. The first of the 3 digits on the permission set represents the permission for the user, the second for the group, and the third for the others. If we wanted to set the permissions for a file to read and write, and then read and write, and then nothing, the octal value would be 660. The reason why it is being 660 is, of course, read and write. When you add them up together, you get 6. Besides this, the syntax in octal mode is the same as in symbolic mode. The first parameter represents the permission you wish to change. The second parameter points to the file or directory where the change will be made. If a permission value is odd, the file surely is. If a permission value is odd, the file surely is executable. Which syntax should you use? The octal mode is recommended if you want to change the permission to a specific value. For example, 640, which is read, write, and then nothing. The symbolic mode is more useful if you want to flip just a specific value regardless of the current permissions for the file. For example, you can add execute permissions for the user using just change mode user plus x script.sh without regard to or even touching the current permissions for the group and others. This is actually a good point because this is how I use it almost always on my own files that I want to create executable. For example, when I make a script and I want to make it executable, usually I just add the plus x to the script, but I don't type the dash u because it is a given. If you don't say who is it for, then the change mode only changes it for the user. So I can show it to you here. Let's say that we have, let's go to another directory. Permission denied, never mind. Let's go to ISO again. Let's touch script, yeah. So you have edited the contents of the script and you have something in there and you want to make it executable for yourself. So just do the change mode plus executable and do it on the script, and then you can see that you have changed it for yourself, that it is now executable. Good. I was actually wrong about what I said, but you can see the truth on the screen. But this also for everyone, yeah, I was going to say this also means that we don't need the A for all or everyone. Modifying file ownership. The command change ownership is used to modify the ownership of a file or directory. The syntax is quite simple. ch own username colon group name and then the target file. For example, let us check a file called text, which is oops. Script. Okay. ls-l text has a read write and then read write. Let's make it so. Change mode 660 on the text. So now it is read write and read write. The user who owns the file is Carol. Yes, it is Carol, as you can see here. And the group is also Carol. Yes, the group is also Carol. Now we will change the group owning the file to some other group like students. Alexis says plus R is not the same as all plus R. Okay. Okay. Let's take some inspiration from the group file. There is a group called Iceblade. Okay. ch own dart colon Iceblade and then text operation not permitted. I was kind of expecting this, but where did I go wrong? The user who owns the file is Carol. Okay, keep in mind that the user who owns a file does not need to belong to the group who owns a file. In the example above, the user Carol does not need to be a member of the students group. The user or group permission can be omitted if you do not wish to change them. So the change just the user, just the group owning a file. You can use ch own colon students to change just the user would be like this, the user and then colon. Alternatively, you could use the command change group to students. Unless you are the system administrator, you cannot change ownership of a file to another user or group you do not belong to. Yeah. If you try to do this, you will get the error message operation not permitted. This was expected, but I got confused with what they meant by this. Because from this point here, it seemed like they believe that I can change this. And I really didn't think that this would work. But yeah, the spoiler is at the end. So we can repeat this with sudo. And iceblade group now is of this file. Alexei says you're not in iceblade group. Yes, I knew that. I knew that. I was just confused with what the PDF is trying to teach here. I didn't read the ending. Querying groups. Before changing the ownership of a file, it might be useful to know which groups exist on this system, which users are members of a group, and to which groups a user belongs. To see which groups exist on the system, type get ent group. What's your UMask? I have no clue how to read that. It should be default on Debian. I don't think I changed anything in my bash shell, in my bash rc file. To see which groups exist on your system, type get ent group. The output will be similar to this one. If you want to know which groups a user belongs, add the username as the parameter to groups. So groups Carol, groups Iceblade, groups Dart. Okay, so Dart has some more groups here. I can use floppies, I can use CD-ROM, I can use everything here. Alexis says, so files by default won't get write permission for others, and so change mode plus write won't affect others, but only users and groups. Thank you, Mr. Neil. Can I like your message? I can't. I can pin it. Ah, I can pin it. To do the reverse, see which users belong to a group, use group mems. The parameter -g specifies the group, and -l will list all of its members. Group. I don't have this command. No, there is no such command on default Debian installation. Sorry about that. Can be only run as root. Sorry, my bad. Sudo group mems. I haven't obviously used this command previously. -g users -l. Oh. Group mems. Apparently it doesn't exist after all. Okay. It is what it is. If it doesn't exist on the default Debian installation, then it doesn't matter for anyone. Default permissions. Let us try an experiment. Open a terminal window and create an empty file with the following command. Touch test file. touch test file. Now let us take a look at the permissions for this file. They may be different on your system, but let us assume they look like the following. Read, write, and then read. So here they have read, write, and then read and read. So slightly different than we have. The permissions are like this. Yeah, read and write for the user and the group. So for the user, sorry, and the read for the group, but for me is for the group as well. Make directory test dir. Okay, this one has read, write, execute, and then read, execute. Yeah, it's similar as with the file. The group is getting write in my case, but in their case, it does not. Now the permissions are read, write, execute, and so on. Yeah. So this is 755. 7 for the read, write, and execute. Read and execute is 4 plus 1. So obviously 5 here. No matter where you are in the file system, every file or directory you create will get those same permissions. Did you ever wonder where they came from? They come from the user mask or umask, which sets the default permissions for every file created. You can check the current values with the umask command. Iceblade says, I guess octal was 0 to 7 and not 1 to 8. Who even said 1 to 8? I don't think anyone said that. But that does not look like read, write, read, and read, or even 644. Maybe we should try with the -s parameter to get an output in symbolic mode. Okay, with the -s. umask -s. So it says read, write, execute, group read, write, execute, and others just read and execute. Your head said so? Oh, that's good. That's good. Those are the same permissions our test directory got in one of the examples above. But why is it that when we created a file, the permissions were different? Well, it makes no sense to set global execute permissions for everyone on any file by default, right? Directories need execute permissions, otherwise you cannot enter them, but files do not, so they do not get them. Hence the read, write, and just read and read. Besides displaying the default permissions, umask can also be used to change them for your current shell session. For example, if we use the command umask user read, write, execute, and group read, write, group read, write, execute, and other is nothing. Let's do that. And then every new directory will inherit permissions like this, so others will get nothing. Okay, so let's touch another file. Touch file. Do we have a file here? Okay, so now we got read, write, and read, write, and others got nothing because we changed the umask. Good. And if you check the umask without the s symbolic mode parameter, you get 7. Okay, James Bond umask. The result does not look familiar because the values used are different. Here is a table with every value and its respective meaning. Okay. Permissions for files. 0 means read write. 1 means read write. But if it's a directory, then there is no execute. 2 means read for the files, but read and execute for directories, and so on. I can read it in full if you want. 3, just the read. 4, just the write or also execute if it's a folder. As you can see, the James Bond corresponds to read, write, execute, and then nothing, exactly as we requested. Deleting 0 can be ignored. Oh, great, they are not the same as change mode. Yes. Special permissions. Besides the read, write, and execute permissions for the user, group, and others, each file can have 3 other special permissions which can alter the way a directory works or how a program runs. They can be specified either in symbolic or octal mode and are as follows. I'm going to get to that in a second after reading what Alexei said. Final mode equals mode and umask. Basically, umask sets bits which will be stripped from permissions. I guess that's not in the PDF. Alexei, is this the upside down from change mode? Because when we do change mode, 0 is nothing, while 7 is nothing in this case. While 7 used to give us read, write, and execute, but here it's 0. So 6 in change mode would give read and write, which is 1 lower than the max. But here, 1 higher than the initial value is read and write. So it's 1. So it's like flipped. Maybe. Five with change mode would be read and execute. And here is 2. So basically, literally flipped around. Say I don't want new files to have write access for anyone, so umask 222 is the way. I have a really good use case for umask, which how do I put it? In the real world scenario at home, you may have something like Jellyfin or maybe Plex for watching movies over the network, and you may be downloading some files with the certain user, and once these files are downloaded, maybe you want these files to automatically have permissions for the group in which the Jellyfin user is. So the Jellyfin can automatically access the freshly downloaded file. I'm not going to go into details over this topic, but generally I think it's understood what I'm saying here, because the Jellyfin software runs usually under the Jellyfin user. The downloading software usually runs under the downloading user, and it falls into the folder, right? So, when the file is completely downloaded, you want this file to be accessible to the video server, right? Jellyfin in this case. So I suppose we can do that with umasks. In short, when you open or create a file, you specify permissions you want, and then system applies umask and strips bits set in umask from those wanted permissions. In short, when you open a file, you specify permissions you want, and then system applies umask and strips the bits with umask. Okay, that's why it feels flipped. And that's why it's different for the folder and the file. Because when you Что? Daj vrati. It's better. Yeah, so when I touch a file, the umask strips what is not needed. Okay, sticky bitty. The sticky bit, also called the restricted deletion flag, has the octal value 1, and in symbolic mode, it is represented by a T within the other's permissions. This applies only to directories and has no effect on normal files. On Linux, it prevents users from removing or renaming a file in a directory unless they own that file or directory. Perhaps this warrants reading it once again. The sticky bit on the folder has no effect on normal files, but on Linux, it prevents users from removing or renaming a file in a directory unless they own that file or directory. Directories with the sticky bit set show a T replacing the X on the permissions for the others on the output of ls-l. In octal mode, the special permissions are specified using a 4-digit notation, with the first digit representing the special permissions to act upon. For example, to set the sticky bit value 1 for the directory another directory in octal mode with permissions 755, the command would be 1755. So let's do that. Okay. Here we go. We have the T. Set Neil Thompson says it's a nice, cool day today here in Canadian I can't even read that. Prairies. Is one I like extra in that word? After a lot of heat centered around Thursday, it's a nice break. AC gang here. Set sgid, also known as sgid or sgid or set group ID bit, has the octal value 2 in and in symbolic mode is represented by an S on the group permissions. This can be applied to executable files or directories. On files, it will make the process run with the privileges of the group who owns the file. Does this sound familiar? When applied to directories, it will make every file or directory created under it inherit the group from the parent directory. Farmland, grassland. Okay, thank you. Files and directories with sgid bit show an S replacing the X on the permissions for the group on the output of ls-l. I definitely am a supporter of a guy who was born where I was born and who invented electricity and stuff like that. So I like that dude. Let's do this. Go to another directory. We have hello here. Okay. Change mode group plus S on the file. Oops. Oh, now it's yellow. What do you know? We got the S for the set gid ACDC gang for those about to rock. The following example will help you better understand the effects of sgid on a directory. Suppose we have a directory called sample directory owned by the user Carol and the group users with the following permission structure. What do we have here? Okay, the group here is Iceblade. Let's set gid here. I think this is going to fail without sudo. I'm not sure. Maybe it won't, but I'm not sure. It failed. I mean, no error, but but we can't set it. It didn't fail? Am I blind? Where is the S? Read, write, execute, read. I don't see it. I'm not talking about hello, I'm talking about the folder. Let's do with sudo. Now we have this. Okay, so I was correct that it is going to fail. And it kind of made sense that it is going to fail if the user Dart tries to apply the setgid, or whatever you read that, as sgid on a folder which has a group Iceblade, yeah? Yeah. Finally, I got something right when Alexei did not. But yeah, being blind is perfectly fine. But let the real Iceblade stand up. Let the real Iceblade please stand up. Uh, did you understand why did I say that the applying the set gid is going to fail if I try to apply it as Dart on a group of a folder which is in a not mine group? Yeah, I think it kind of makes sense that sudo was needed to apply this. Yeah. Okay. So we have these things here. Yeah. You can see that the hello script that I touched previously was created for Dart user and Dart group. Now let's touch. I don't know. Ice cream. So what happened here? Iceblade, is this understandable what happened here now? Or does I mean, the PDF is surely going to explain it, but I'm just wondering if this makes sense already. I only did touch. Okay. So basically, let's just read what the rest of the PDF says, or how they phrased it. Now let us change to this directory and using the command touch create an empty file, and the result will be Carol. As we can see, the file is owned by the Carol and group Carol, but if the directory had the sgid permission set, the result would be different. First, let us add this sgid bit to the sample directory and check the results. The S on the group permissions indicates this sgid bit is set. Now we will change to this directory and again create an empty file with the touch command. And now the file has the group users because that's how we have set it up. Alexis says, I got confused because you absolutely can set suid on directory you own without sudo. Yes, but previously I have changed the group. You should let the real Iceblade SSH in and literally manage the group. I could do that. I could do that. The group who owns the file is users. This is because the sgid bit made the file inherit the group owner of its parent directory, which is users. Set uid. Set uid, also known as set user ID, has the octal value 4 and is represented by an S on the user permissions in symbolic mode. It only applies to files and has no effect on directories. Its behavior is similar to the sgid bit, but the process will run with the privilege of the user who owns the file. Files with the set uid bit show a S replacing the X on the permissions for the user on the output of ls-l. So it is like this. Chmod user plus S on the hello, and now it's red. What do you know? Now it's red. And the result would be like this. If your terminal supports Color, and these days most of them do, you can quickly see if these special permissions are set by glancing at the output. For the sticky bit, the directory name might be shown in a black font with a blue background, which we had previously. The same applies for files, yellow background, and suid is red background. Colors may be different depending on which Linux distribution and terminal settings you use. Shall we? Are we ready for the 4, 5, 6 and more? Windows subsystem for Linux, just black with white text, nothing else. Okay. Alexei, it's not Windows in his hands. It's like a poor man's Linux. Create a directory named... Hey, I'll switch soon. Create a directory named empty directory using the command mkdir empty directory. Now using ls, list the permissions for the directory empty-dir. Can you type the command Iceblade? That is incorrect. Alexei wins, unsurprisingly. Let's go to the next one. Create... Oh, Iceblade, you're wrong again. But just to be clear, Iceblade, what you have just typed, your second command, will list the details and hidden files of the empty-dir contents. But what the question is asking is to show the permissions of the directory itself, not of the contents. That's why you need to use the D switch. Create an empty file named empty file with the command touch empty file. Now using change mode in symbolic mode, add execute permissions for the owner of the file, empty file, and remove write and execute permissions for everyone else. Do this using only one change mode command. Technically will do the job, yes. Change mode user plus execute comma g minus write execute comma o minus write execute. Oh, that seems fine. I'm still giving Iceblade a point for being the first. Yeah, beats me. I didn't know, but looks like you can do that as well. It's good practice to know these things. What would the default permission? What would the default permission for a file be if the umask value is set to 27? Hello, doggy. So I'm not very at home with umask, but considering what Alexei told me, yeah, I was going to explain how did we get to that answer, but you guys are obviously correct. Let us assume a file named test.sh is a shell script with the following permissions and ownership. What are the permissions for the owner of the file? So that's the first question. What are the permissions for the owner of the file? Okay, Iceblade. Using the octal notation, what would the syntax of chmod be to unset the special permission granted to this file? Uh, 0755. Neil Thompson is asking whether octal would be 0 to 7. Yeah. Consider this file. Which type of file is SDB1 and who can write to it? I think this is easy. I think during previous lessons I may have. No, the first one. Which type? I mean root only, obviously. And group only, obviously. Yes, a block device, but how do you know? How do you know that this is a block device? Which is a correct answer. It's just a matter of how. BRW, yes, okay, B. Good stuff. Consider the following 4 files. This is not going to fit the screen. Let me zoom in. Okay, now it fits. Write down the corresponding permissions for each file and the directory using octal mode using the 4-digit notation. So we need 4 numbers, each number 4 digits. First number, second number, third number, fourth number. Oh, sorry. I didn't want to send that. I didn't want to send that. I pressed Shift Enter thinking that I would get the chance to do a multi-row edit. I kind of ruined it. Okay, Iceblade and Neil Thompson, can you decipher why the first file is 1755? The first three are what? These are 7. So it's 7 on the tri digit. So the first three is 7. Then the second set is 5. Yeah, and the third set is 5, but it has the I don't know what happened here. And the third one has the sticky. So we need to put number 1 in front when we do the 4-digit notation. Okay. Yeah, the first octal digit is 1 when there is a sticky bit. when there is a suid. Wait, let me. I forgot actually. Which one was it? Uh, set user ID is 6 and set group ID is, what was it, 2? Value 2, yeah. So group is 2, set gid is 2, set user. Am I reading this correctly? No, this one is 4. Okay, sorry, 4. 4, 2, and 1. 4, 2, and 1. 6 would then be 4 plus 2. So both group and the user. 1 was sticky, yeah. So the second one is obviously nothing special. You only have read and read. So that's kind of an easy one. The next one, just read and write and read and write and read and read at the end. So obviously these are going to be 6s here. But the special one here, basically 7, read, write, and execute is 7. This one is for the group, so it would be, what did he say for the group? For the group is 2, so this one gets 2 in front. And the last one is 5. So, makes sense. Neil Thompson says, I've done CH mods at various times, but I missed the first part in this lesson. What is that very first letter all about? I always wondered that. Yeah, so when you change the when you change mod with only 3 digits, you're basically skipping the special part. And if you want to set the special part as well, whether it's a sticky bit or set uid or set gid, then you use the first. Well, then you use the 4-digit notation. To be clear, you add the number at the front. So if you skip, it's a 0 basically. No, it's not a 0. If you skip, not if you when you say if you skip, you mean if you do the 3 numbers, yeah. If you do the 3 numbers, uh, actually, yeah, you are correct, but maybe you're not. Maybe you're not. Let's try this. I'm not sure if we already have the sticky bits or set to it, will they stay? So this one has set suid and sgid, both of them, right? So let's do it. Change mode 755 on hello, and let's see if it will remove those. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. So you were correct. It was like 0. So yeah, skipping the fourth number is basically putting a 0 on there. I was wondering if the S's would stay or not. Neil Thompson is asking the very first letter. It's the type of the file. Okay, thanks. dash for a regular file, D for the directory kind of a file, B for a block device kind of a file, S for the symlink type of a file, and so on. Oh crap, it's L. L for the link. My apologies, but that's why I tried it out. I keep forgetting those. Alexei says here is another trick. Add suid to that file and then echo something to it. Suid is gone. Symbolic link, yeah. As a security measure, when you modify a file, it will clear its suid bit. So you can't just execute whatever you want. Okay. Pretty much makes sense. Let's explore. Try this on a terminal. Create an empty file called empty file with the command touch. Now zero out permissions for the file. What happened here? Where is my terminal? Did I crash Kitty? I think I crashed Kitty. Or something else happened. Or something weird is going on. It was a glitch with going full screen. Or maybe it actually crashed. I don't know. I think it crashed. Touch empty file. Zero out the permissions with chmod. Chmod 000 empty file. What will happen if you change the permissions for empty file by passing only one value for chmod in octal mode? Like chmod for empty file. I would expect the 4 would go to the other, so basically from the backwards, but I never tried it. Chmod 4 empty file. Yeah, that kind of made sense. If you use 2, it will be a group and other for sure. Missing parts are assumed to be 0. Yeah. I guess the question was from which direction would it fill up? What can we learn about the way chmod reads the numerical values? Well, what we just said, it reads them from the lower digits, or those closer to the I don't know how to express myself, closer to the decimal point that doesn't exist. Consider the permissions for the temporary directory on a Linux system dash slash tmp ls slash user group and others have full permissions, but can a regular user delete any files inside this directory? Iceblade or Neil, can a regular user delete any files inside? T is sticky bit 1. I mean 1 as a 4th digit from the backwards. That command is confusing. Did they mean ls-l-d? They did. Iceblade, the question is that the temporary folder has full permissions for everyone. And the question is, can a regular user, let's say Dart, can Dart delete any files inside this directory, and why? Uh, I think any answer could be valid here. I mean, obviously we have permissions to nuke this one, but we don't have permissions to nuke this one. I think the answer to this question would be it depends, but also no, because there will eventually be a file that is owned by someone else. So Dart will not be able to delete that one. I mean, clearly Dart can't delete this one. Just saying. So the answer, I suppose, is no, because permissions. A file called test has the following permissions, meaning the suid bit is set. Now run the following commands. chmod user dash minus x. What did we do? What does the uppercase S mean? Shall we execute? That's a bit of a problem here. Let's move the test to the temporary folder, and let's go to temporary folder. Let's become Iceblade again. Okay. Test. Okay. You forgot what S and S is. Well, we haven't really talked about the capital S, but I'm trying to demonstrate the answer to the question for you. The S in the user part is set user suid. So this means that this file is going to be executed with it is going to be executed as the owner of the file. Yeah. So if someone else executes this file, it will be executed as this guy here. Okay, Iceblade, let me demonstrate once again, and hopefully this will make sense. Okay. chmod user plus execute on test h. Okay. See it now? It's small caps S. Let's whatever. Let's execute this test. Okay, so Dart has executed this file. Following so far? Okay. chmod user minus execute. Actually, let's go do this. So iceblade. Okay, so let's make iceblade execute this as well. Test.hs. So iceblade has executed this as well. Let's exit from iceblade's shell. We are now Dart again. Let's chmod user minus execute on the test.hs, and now test.hs no longer has user execute permission, but it still has the set with. So if Dart does the execute test.h enter, it says permission denied, and now we sue iceblade and type the password and then do the test sh, and this is success. So now the owner of the file no longer can execute, but iceblade can. Why?
Why?
Nah, I guess that would be a correct answer. It could be even more correct. Do it, iceblade. Do it, do it. How can you make it even more correct for an answer? I think this is a nuts for before, aka testicles. Yeah, that's when we touched testicles. That's fine. User, no. Iceblade, what is the difference between user and the owner? Just think about this. What is the difference between user and owner? It's kind of the same, isn't it? You know? What is the order? User group other. I know it's not Iceblade anymore, but Iceblade did write that the permission for Dart is not same as Ice. So basically, the file had execute permission for the user Dart. That's why Dart was able to execute it. Then we have added the set with bit, which made everyone else, aka Iceblade, when they execute this file, it would be executed as Dart with Dart's permissions. And then we have removed the execute permission from the file for the user Dart, so that Dart can no longer execute this file, but the suid bit has remained on the file, which still gives the permission for Iceblade to execute the file, because Iceblade still has the permission to execute the file, and the S just grew up just to let us know that the user doesn't have the execute permission anymore. But depending on whether group or other have the execute permission, they also have the set uid bit set for them. So when they execute with their execute permissions, they will be executing as user Dart, who just cannot execute, but everyone else can execute as Dart can. Neil Thompson is asking, so it stands as executable, but only the user Iceblade. No, S is not executable. X is executable. S is suid bit. Let me zoom in. Why doesn't it zoom in? Okay. Okay, let me demonstrate once again. Read, write, and execute used to be for Dart means that Dart can execute. If I execute this file as Iceblade, then these permissions are being applied, because this here is Iceblade. Or should I say, this here is everyone else in the world, which includes Iceblade, who is not the owner or a part of the group who owns the file. So when Iceblade executes, these permissions are being applied. But since the set uid bit is still here, but the execute on the user is not, this means that Dart cannot execute this script, but Iceblade can execute this script, and Iceblade is going to get this script executed as Dart. Iceblade says, okay, Ice has capital S, so he can execute as owner. Well, technically, Iceblade doesn't have capital S. Executable by others. I think Alexei's idea was really good to check these permissions in Octal. 4 is S. Yes, 4 is set uid S, not set gid. So here you can see that the user Dart cannot execute. but everyone else can. So the answer to the question, what does the uppercase S means? The uppercase S means that everyone else will be executing, of course, provided that they have permissions to execute, that everyone else will be executing as the owner of the file, while the owner himself will not be able to execute. That's what uppercase S means. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is the first time I am actually thinking about the capital S. Never really gave it any thought, but it felt kind of obvious when we have removed the execute permission from the user. It was immediately obvious what happened. So the S that changed his form only gave me a hint that this is how this is presented to the computer user. This is a script, so suid doesn't. Yes, but you know, technically, this is not a script either. This is an empty file. It's still nothing at this point. How would you create a directory named box where all the files are automatically owned by the group users and can only be deleted by the user who created them? No, coffee, Neil Thompson. We are on the last question. Answer the last question and then go get coffee. I'm reading the answers in chat. I'm kind of hoping that Iceblade would be making the full statement. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Iceblade, but it's incomplete. Change mode -r group name. No, -r is recursiveness. That is very wrong answer. Unfortunately, I have spilled coffee. I'm sorry about that. I'm not entirely sure, but I would put it in octal as 3775. The question didn't ask how we are going to do it, so I just chose to do it in octal way. This number here. So 1 is the sticky bit, which is required to have files automatically owned by the group users. We don't have the group users here, but it doesn't matter now. So the number 1 would be the sticky bit and can only be deleted by the user who created them. That would be deleted by the user. Now that's the sticky bit. Automatically owned by the group users. I actually don't know the answer. This is a bit much. All the files are automatically owned by the group users. That would be the set gid. And set gid is 2, and 2 plus 1 is 3. So it is correct answer. Well, if you would make it 3277, that would mean that you are putting the set gid and sticky, if I'm counting correctly, and then you're putting 2 on the user, on the owner of the folder, which is weird. Oh, I know that, Alexei. I know that I have needed sudo because I wasn't in Iceblade group. I said that as I was typing, that I expect this not to work because of the group that has already been applied. If you want, you can rewind that part in the video. 277. Yeah, 277 doesn't make sense because if you put 7 at the end, you're going to change what is not needed to be changed, and you're going to change the user, so that doesn't make any sense as well. So the 775 I have merely copied from the existing configuration, and then I'm adding special permissions here. So I don't know, from my perspective, 3775 should be just fine. But I think that the question, I think the PDF is expecting us to give the answer in the other format. What do they call it? I think they want us to say mod. So not 3775. I think they want us to say mod group plus s, comma, other plus, is it t for the sticky bit? Make directory mode 3775 box. That is the fastest way, yes. But I think the PDF will want us to do it this way. Create a directory named empty directory. Now using ls list the permissions for the directory empty dir. So this was -l-d, if you remember from the beginning. Alexei says, and also change group users. Yeah, I included that as a said out loud thing. Bonus points if you merge the two parameters as one. Okay, so that was the first question. Create an empty file with the touch, now using ch mode on symbolic mode, and add execute permissions for the owner of the file and remove write and okay, so this is what Iceblade did in 3 steps, and then asked Alexei, oh wait, does go work? And yeah, it works. Go works. What would the default permission be for a file if the umask value is 027 and you set it read write and then read? Okay, so let us assume a file named test is a shell script with following permissions. What are the permissions for the owner of the file read write execute? The permissions for the owner are read, write, execute. So the answer is to read, to write, and to execute. Using the octal notation, which should be the syntax of chmod to unset the special permission granted to this file. So it has been 0755. Consider this file. Which type of file is SDB1 and who can write to this file. This is a block device. The owner or any users of the group disk can write to it. Consider the following 4 files. Write down the corresponding permissions. Okay, so this was 1755. I think Iceblade got that one right, and the rest only Alexei wrote in chat before we continued further on, as far as I remember. Answers to explorational exercises. Try this in terminal. Remember that we zeroed out, so the initial state is this. Now let us try the first command, chmod 4, and yes, it has added from the backside 44 read and read. Good stuff. Consider the permissions for the temporary directory. Okay. User group and others have full permissions, but can a regular user delete any files inside this directory, and why? So the answer, TMP is what we called a world writable directory, meaning that any user can write to it. But we don't want one user messing with files created by others. So the sticky bit is set as indicated by the T on the permissions for others. I actually did not notice the T. Yeah, I failed to notice that. Okay. User group and others have full permissions, but yes, sorry, I kind of skipped it. So the sticky bit says a user can delete files on TMP, but only those created by himself. So that's the sticky bit. I don't remember what Alexei wrote in chat except for I don't know, but that might have been a joke on his side. A file called test has the following permissions, meaning the suid is set. Now remove the executable from the user. What did we do? We have removed execute permissions for the user who owns the file. So the system needs a way to show if the user has execute permissions or not. It does this by changing the case of the special character. Lowercase on the first group of permissions means that the user who owns the file has execute permission and that the suid bit is set. But the uppercase S means that the user who owns the file lacks the execute permission and that the suid bit is set. The same goes for the group. This is also true for the sticky bit represented by the T on the third group of permissions. So if you remove the executable, the T will become the uppercase T. How would you create a directory named box where all the files are automatically owned? This is a multi-step process. First, we create the folder box. We want every file created inside this directory to be automatically assigned to the group users. We can do this by setting this group as the owner of the directory and then by setting the sgid bit on it. We also need to make sure that any member of the group can write to that directory. Since we do not care about what the other permissions are, and we want to flip only the special bits, it makes sense to use this symbolic mode. As I said, they want us to use this symbolic mode. That much I understood. So you need to change the group for the box folder, as Alexei reminded. And then we change the mode group, write, execute, and set gid on the box folder. And I gave the completely, I didn't give the wrong answer. I gave the correct answer, but depending on what I have read that my umask has created. So I wouldn't really say that my answer was incorrect, but this is a fuller answer for sure with the same result. So chmod group plus write execute and s, which is what I wrote in chat, and then chmod others plus t for the sticky. This is what I did here, yeah, but slightly differently. I wish they also covered the effects of change mode user plus R capital X. We can cover that right now. So will this automatically... I actually don't know what is this going to do. In this case, nothing. It's kind of still nothing. I don't get it. What is the capital X, Alexei? I don't see the difference. Alexei want us to learn something, but I don't see the difference. If I put the execute, then the capital X. Yeah, we are getting there for the trolling part. It adds execute bit only for directories, useful for when doing recursive. Okay. Okay. Except that it didn't. Doesn't work unless we are not supposed to be in this directory. Maybe it doesn't work when we are here. Try with others. It already has X for everyone, yeah. Ah, you mean okay. I see what you mean now. Okay. Okay. I get it now. It adds executable only for directories. So if you're doing it on the entire folder, then only directories will get the executable bit and not the files, because you don't want files to get executable bit. Okay. Completely understandable now. Did anyone notice that someone ate, like in food, the lesson 104.4? Where is 104.4? Where is it? Who took it? We don't have read permissions for it. That kind of sounds like the goal of this lesson, yeah. Maybe that's what they wanted to demonstrate. Okay, end of the lesson. Alexei, what was the topic in the beginning of the stream when you joined and I said, let's leave that for later? I don't remember. What was it? I remember it was something that I was interested in discussing, but I no longer remember what that was. Browser something? Nah, I don't think that was someone else. Someone else was talking about browsers, not me. We were talking about double cursor when Alexei joined. We were also talking about why not KDE, but I dismissed that quickly, so that was not the topic. I don't remember. Neil Thompson was the browser lesson interrupter, yeah, but could it be something in regards to the PC and laptop use case? I don't think that was it. Kind of forgot. Actually, let me scroll back with the chat. Let's see when Alexei joined, what was the first questions. What the fuck are these badges in chat? Top spammers list. Why not in KDE? Better is relative. Do you want to sit on a couch floor? PC is awful. I don't see it. I don't know. It could be about the topic of the laptop on the couch, but I no longer remember what I had in my head at the moment. It was about floor PC versus laptop. You can't scroll that far back. I can. Not sure why you can't. Maybe you rejoined or refreshed the stream at some point. I don't know. Yeah, anyway, so in regards to the whole of the laptop as the primary computing device topic that I was doing this month, the one here, not good enough for the thing that I wanted to use it for. So that's why the experiment failed, of course. But yeah, you say laptop with 4070 would have more than enough horsepower for you. But in general, I think it would be a laptop with, you said 40. something because of the AV1 encoder, right? So for the longevity, yeah. So the 30 series would not be useful in the long run, so it would be kind of a wasted money. With that, I would agree. Yeah, for now, 30 series is fine, but when buying a laptop, then you have to think a little bit more ahead. But also, I had so whether it's 4070 or 40 whatever, I think it comes down to NVIDIA goodness with the NVENC and AV1 and CUDA. Yeah, but I don't think the 70 is the one that matters for me. It's more about how much VRAM it has, because as much as I managed to research into it, when streaming and encoding a certain resolutions, you need a certain amount of VRAM, and also later when editing, you need more VRAM for more of the editing tracks in your video editor. So it kind of makes sense to get a stronger one, but I think primarily that would be because stronger ones usually have more VRAM, although not every time. Yeah, I mean, Iceblade is going away. Okay, thank you very much for joining. 5070 Ti have more than 8 gigs. Well, in the desktop side of the things, 5060 Ti, actually also 4060 Ti have 16 gigs. For, on the desktop, I have seen 4060 Ti with 16 gigs, and that's perfection. But on the laptop side, I'm not sure how they go with VRAM. There is another scenario which I have been thinking about today, and this is eGPU, not DGPU, but eGPU. How well would such a setup work? With 40 series, only 40, 80 and above have 8 plus. Okay, then Blackwell is perhaps a better choice. Yeah, so I'm definitely getting. I haven't decided 100%, but I'm this close into ordering a 3060 desktop card with 12 gigs to install into this computer, which in theory I could hook up with my laptop as well if I would buy a external GPU enclosure on the Thunderbolt 3 connection. Neil Thompson says the other day I was talking to a very non-techie associate who said they are using an old refurbished computer with Windows 10. I told him that it will only be secure until October. Yeah, and he needs to switch to Linux to keep his computer secure. I'm not even joking. He said, I guess I have to buy a new computer. I said, yeah, that's exactly what Microsoft wants you to do. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. So external GPU, maybe, external GPU as a docking station. I don't know how well that would work, but I think that's like 5 gigabytes per second. on the Thunderbolt. And 5 gigabytes per second should be enough for something like 3060, 3070. Could be a problem. Could be a loss of performance with 3080. You don't know how well it works in Linux. I did a little bit of research, and apparently with Wayland, it kind of sucks at the moment. But I mean, depending on the implementation, but I didn't find a firm confirmation that any Wayland implementation has a solution for hot plug, while X11 has external GPU Thunderbolt hot plug capabilities. So you basically just hook up and voila, it's just like you docked on a regular docking station. So with X11, it should work fine. With Wayland, you would not reboot, I think, but log out and log back in when you dock it, which kind of defeats the purpose of having a dockable computer, because one of the best things about what I have experienced in the past few weeks was the ability to work on my desktop computer, which is actually a docked laptop. And then I just want to continue what I was doing elsewhere. I just literally push the button and take it, go wherever with it, and just continue where I left off, literally, with all of the windows that I have had opened. So that's kind of really, really neat thing to do. Neil Thompson says, so over the last couple of days, I watched several YouTube videos aimed at Windows 10 users to tell them how keeping the machine and replacing Windows for Linux is a good option. And I imagined my associate watching these videos. He would not possibly understand any of what the videos were saying, so I don't know. I'm probably not going to mention it to him again. Neil Thompson, maybe I could help a little bit if I could make a video that is aimed at literal non-techies, techies, and then you could show the video to him. But I would have to think about how to do it. I'm not sure how well. I'm not sure how capable am I in presenting stuff to people who don't know anything about computers, but are using them for whatever reason. I'm just gonna give myself a note, so it reminds me tomorrow to try to do that. Sorry, typing my note still. Okay, note for tomorrow at 16:30. Okay, there we go. Note taken. Yeah, it seems like nobody has posted any videos that could be understood by a person who is totally technically illiterate. You know, it's not always easy to make a video that is understandable. And also, if you do succeed in making such a video, then the algorithm is slightly against you because your entire channel is usually technically charged. And these people who this particular video is for, these people are known to the algorithm. So the algorithm might not give your video to these people simply because the algorithm knows that you are a technical person and this is a non-technical person, and this person is not interested in such videos. So you will have to be the one who is going to give my link to the person. Otherwise, I don't know that YouTube is going to help at all. It's a bit of a problematic scenario for the algorithm. But yeah, for Alexei, so a couple of cases, right? One case being the cheapest one for me is that I should just continue with my PC as is, or add NVIDIA to it so I get a lot better encoding capabilities. But generally, my CPU is capable enough, so it's not that big of a deal. I can also stay with NVIDIA GTX 1070 and use that one for encoding in 264 codec, which also takes away the difficulties from the CPU itself, and the picture is still good enough. And 8 gigs of VRAM is also good enough for my use case, because usually I do everything in full HD, which with 3060 installed into this computer for only 200 euros, I could maybe switch to 4K because of the 12 gigs of VRAM. I think 12 should be fine for 4K, but I'm not sure. Some people told me that I need 16 just to be on the safe side with 4K. But I just don't know. Maybe if I would keep my Radeon card as the primary GPU for the monitor and use NVIDIA 3060 just for encoding, then I would have full 12 gigs available, because if this card is doing other stuff, then usually 2 gigs of RAM are wasted on various applications running. So it leaves like 9 to 10 gig of available VRAM. So maybe if I would use two video cards, then I would be able to have all of the 12 gigs available for me. But this scenario is not very nice for me because if I continue using Radeon as my primary GPU and I have NVIDIA 3060 just for encoding, then I am still stuck with HDMI 2.0, so I can't use 120 hertz refresh on my monitor, and I have been stuck with 60 hertz for the past 30 years because of AMD. So buying a video card that can do 120 hertz and then not using this card to drive 120 hertz feels like sticking my eye with a fork, you know? So I don't know. Someone told you that you need 16 gigs of VRAM for encoding in 4K. That is totally not true. No, they didn't tell me that I need 16 gigs for 4K. They told me that 16 would be to remain on the safe side, depending on how many tracks I have in my video editor and stuff like that, you know, for video editing. Also, if the card, as I said earlier, if the card is the only card in the PC, it's not a 12 gig card anymore. It's whatever remains from the VRAM. No, we weren't talking about gaming. We were talking about the video editor. But I'm probably getting 3060 anyway. So even if when I get it, I'm gonna measure the VRAM usage, and then we will know for sure what is happening. Okay, I'm just saying that using it as the only card in the system, it kind of decreases the amount of VRAM by 2 gigs. You can encode in 4K. Yeah, but can you do the video editing? Amount of effects, yeah, that's what we were talking about. Amount of tracks. Okay, let's pretend that 12 is perfectly enough for everything that I need. Is 10 enough for everything that I need? Because not even all effects run on CUDA. Okay. We will see. Let's put it this way. I'm going to use 3060 as my only card in this computer. And then if I ever get near the limit of VRAM, I'm just gonna add another GPU to serve as the display out for normal applications to use their 2 gigs of VRAM. So I can free up to 2 gigs for the encoding card. It's just a thought from the future. I'm not saying that I'm really planning to do that. I'm just saying that this is something that is doable. You bet it will be enough for you for everything except some games. Well, it's the games that I play usually don't require more than 12 gigs of VRAM. But my Radeon card is a lot stronger than 3060, so a lot of games will not work properly because 3060 is simply too weak for gaming compared to 6800. 6800 is simply a lot more powerful for video games. What do you mean by machine learning? What type of machine learning? But NVIDIA has DLSS, which is head and shoulders above FSR3. Nah, that's brainwashing from YouTube. But honestly, let's stand on the ball. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If you watch some tests where the regular PC gamer has a regular QHD display, so 2500 by 1440. This is the normal PC display for a typical gamer, right? So when they use upscaler in the quality mode, this means that the upscaler, whichever, is upscaling from 900p something to 1440. And upscaling from 900p is, as you said, a lot better with the DLSS compared to FSR. I agree with that. When upscaling from 900p to 1440, then DLSS wins by a huge margin. This is because the FSR is bad at reconstructing details from not enough details, from not enough source material. I have tried it and I agree with that assessment. But in my use case, I usually upscale from 1440p as the source material to 2100p. So basically from QHD to UHD, or if you will, from 2.5K to 4K. So this is a source material in which FSR has enough source material, pretty much, to do a fairly good job. And while NVIDIA still might have a small edge, it kind of becomes indistinguishable for my eyes. I have tried switching with my previous RTX 3080. At that time, I have only had DLSS 2 and FSR 2. And I have tried switching between DLSS 2 and FSR 2 in quality mode 4K with the source material 1440p. I really couldn't really tell. It kind of looked the same. So when you're really into the gaming mood and you're really enjoying the game, I'm honestly saying that in quality mode 4K, not much of a difference. Then we have FSR 4, which might even be better than DLSS, as the internet is trying to present it. But this is something that I have never tried. I have never seen with my own eyes on the real life screen. I'm not talking about YouTube because YouTube is sending compressed image. I have not tried it, FSR4. I have not seen it. And my GPU cannot do FSR4. So in this case, it's a technology out of my reach. You're saying that you can probably use DLSS performance to get quality comparable to FSR quality? Maybe, but 3060 is very low end. I'm not sure if performance. You said closer. Okay, closer. Yeah. Okay, if you say closer, that makes sense. This is what I will do. When the card arrives, I'm gonna do some benchmarks, and not just benchmarks, but also like subjective opinion, which will be, subjective on my end. And let's see what I get or what I lost. This is the one that I have been using for the past 3 years or so on my 4K monitor, the 6800 XT. So much content from just one purchase. It will pay for itself, yeah. Maybe. I get about 30 to 35 euros from YouTube ads. So I'm gonna have to hype up my purchase a little bit, so maybe it will pay off faster. Can you guess what this one is? $580? Nope. It's Vega 64 with 16 gigs of VRAM. It's kind of useless, to be honest. It has a it has a very fast HBM2 memory. I mean, very fast for the year when it got out. Also, I mean, maybe very fast is also subjective. It depends on what kind of compute you're doing. But in some cases, HBM2 is a lot faster. For example, if you would do AI stuff nowadays, I think HBM memory would be faster than GDDR, but maybe not for gaming. For AI stuff, yes. For gaming, could be a bit questionable. But AMD ROTSM doesn't have support for this card, so you can't really compute anything. It has a lot of VRAM, but you can't really use it for anything. You liked when cards only had a single fan. Oh, you can still buy a Quadro card, with one fan. This one is a lot more quiet, so that's a plus. This one makes noise when you push it hard. Although this one is a lot simpler to install, if that makes sense. If you don't pay attention much to how the flow of the air works in the PC, I think this one will have less possibilities to have any kind of an issue with heat, while this one will obviously spin everything in circles inside the case. This one blows everything outside of the case immediately, so I think this one is simpler to install for PC buildings, for PC building beginners. I don't know. Option 1, 3060 in this PC. Option 2, a laptop with NVIDIA card. So that's kind of ultra expensive. Option 3, T480 with Thunderbolt GPU. I would have to check on the, I don't know, Amazon, eBay, AliExpress, or sites like that, maybe I can get a cheaper Thunderbolt enclosure and then just put 3060 into there and hook it up to T480 to simply see what I got. You would go for 3060, to be honest, instead of going with a NVIDIA laptop? Yeah, of course. It, it's just 200 of the money. Laptops are, let's see if I can make some sense. Prices for 50 series laptops are insane. Yeah, I believe you. I'm not even sure who makes NVIDIA Ultrabooks, but maybe let's go to NVIDIA website. They usually have some partners that they advertise. Like when they announce a new series of cards, usually they put pictures of some laptops. Creators, AI, okay, so GeForce laptops. Asus Zephyrus 14, I have seen that one. I don't want to look at that one anymore. That one costs like 3,000 euros or something, close to that price. It's insane. That one has everything, yes. Or maybe I mixed it up. Maybe I mixed it up with something else. I'm gonna check it again, but let's GeForce 40 and 30. 50. Okay, let's go with 40 and 50. I used this software previously. It's really cool. But for some reason it's Windows only. Although NVIDIA has the SDK for this, for Linux. They just don't have the program. Shop. What the hell is this? How is this EU? Where is Germany? Where is France? What kind of lineup is this? I don't know. Okay, this is as close as possible to me. Any prices here or just an ad? Let's click the first one. I don't see the specs. Okay, this one here is 1,000 euros. That one doesn't have NVIDIA for sure. Let's just double check. Oh, interesting. It is 4050, but it's not a bad price. Sixteen gigs of my reminders. Okay, 16 gigs of RAM. Maybe it has 0 gigabytes of VRAM. Okay, whatever. I'm not that interested in 4050 anyway. So this one is like 2 million, 2 million for its two. Okay, so this is 5,000 euros. You think 4050 is 6 gigs? Well, even if it is, I don't want to look at that one. This one is 5,000 euros. Why? Core Ultra 9 with 16 gigs. And 5080. Why the hell does it have only 16 gigs of RAM for 5,000 euros? It's not like RAM costs much money. They could have made it like 5,000 euros and 200 more. But okay, I see the. I just don't get it. Why is it so expensive? This is insane. So basically, if this is 400 for, what was it? So 400 was 1,000, okay, and then 800 would be 2,000 euros. Okay, let's say that 800 would be something reasonable. I'm just clicking, random laptops. I'm not really interested in Gigabyte brand. I'm just looking at prices. So 5070 for less than 2,000 euros. I can buy Zephyrus 16 with i9 and 5090 for $4,000. Okay. I don't know. All this is very, very, very too much. I'm okay with giving 200 euros for a good upgrade, but 2000. I'm not getting anything except portability, and portability I already have. While I am willing to deal with 2 computers. This shop is probably crap. Let's watch something in my city. Okay, this shop here has fairly good uh, they're not very cheap, but they have a lot of stuff. Did you say Asus? Zephyrus. Okay, let's go with Asus. ROG Strix. Zephyrus 16. G16 is probably the screen size. Did you say just you said just 16? Okay, let's try this one. 4,000 euros. Let's see what it has. 5070. 5070 for 4,000 euros. Okay, let's see this one for 5,000. And once again, we are at 80 series. 80 series for 5,000. Let's see this one here. It's not Zephyrus, but it's kind of a bit more normal price. How much memory is this one? You said like 8? What? This laptop almost 2,000 euros for a laptop with 8 gigs of RAM. Not VRAM. RAM. Who buys this? And here it says 4050. And here it says 4060. Funny. And here it says 16 gigs. And here it's also 16. But here it's 8 gigs. I'm confused. $200,000 ruble for what? Where are the specs? Oh, here. Okay. 32 gigs of RAM, okay. 4070. Okay, so 4070 for 200,000 ruble, or whatever how you pronounce it. Is it RUB or something else? Ah, okay. Oh, so it's close to euro in terms of you know, multiply or divide by 10. It's not that hard to calculate. So 2,300 with sanctions applied. I mean, it's the price of whatever it is currently. We guys in Europe have always been crying how everything is a lot more expensive here in Europe than it is in USA, because everything is USA branded and we need to import it, and the import increases the price a lot, and then the tax is like 25% compared to 5 or 7 in the USA, in general countries, states. So we kind of always got screwed in these kinds of things. Which one is this? 5070. This is actually okay. If this is 16, okay. I guess I mean, I'm not sure how well do these things fit into smaller cases because of cooling. But okay, this one being pretty good, this being a normal amount that someone would buy. Also this. This is 8 gigs. Okay, so this is a problem. This is a problem if this is 8 gigs. Lots of resellers with 20+% price premium. Yeah, in Croatia it's kind of similar. But while this price here in my shop, in my local shop, this price is fine, but this GPU is not good enough. At least not for this price. I would expect more. I would expect more VRAM. The power is most certainly okay. I'm not sure how this compares to desktop cards. Maybe it can compare to, I don't know, 4060 or something like that of the desktop card power. But this not good enough. Maybe we can compare it on the GPU benchmark. GPU user benchmark does not have a 5070 laptop card at all. Do they not have the Max Q brand anymore? Like, I don't know, are they the same now as in desktop? They can't be the same as in desktop. They don't have enough power from the electricity to be the same. Laptops, and let's see if I can filter with GPU. GPU NVIDIA, and we are still on laptops. Okay, model. There we go, 5070 Ti. Oh, there we go, Zephyrus. Zephyrus, 4,000 euros. Fifty seventy Ti, 12 gigs, 4,000 euros. All of the specs are a lot better than the one that costs half the price, but still it's double the price. Don't get me wrong. If I would be aiming for something high end with NVIDIA, I would be searching for something along the lines of 2,000 euros, not 4. But whatever the money is, I would not go with 12 gigs. It may be okay. It just feels like a huge downgrade. I have had 16 gigs in a graphics card for a long time, and I just don't want to deal with that. No downgrades. About the same price? Okay. Oh well. Shall we go to the sleeping side of the things? The link above. Yeah, I know you meant the link. I didn't click it because I believe that your link is pointing to the same laptop as this one or a similar one. Ah, twice the RAM and 5090. Okay, so it's not the same. Yeah, these creation prices are. Look, this is what I'm getting. Here, this one here, Gigabyte 3060 Wind Force, whatever. LHR. What is LHR? This was something like cannot do mining on it, like half the mining speed or something along those lines. Neil Thompson, well, Microsoft is being good to your associate. Microsoft is giving him an incentive to buy himself a new toy and have a good explanation for his wife. So, in his eyes, Microsoft good. Linux, I don't want to hear about it. Microsoft good. They give me a reason to spend money. The reason which I can take home to my wife. Microsoft good. Sleep time? I was making a point of this more than a couple of times that there should be some Linux computers on the shelves in the stores. And we do kind of have those, but people just don't pay attention. For example, this store. Okay, it's just one. Thirty-two gigs of RAM and Ryzen 7, half a terabyte of storage. This is not so bad. This is not so bad for 5 to 600 euros. This is a typo, of course, but it says below that it's 32. Calculation of the war. Nice. Is that a TN screen? Did it say? It just says Full HD. I don't know. Do they even sell TN screens anymore? I would expect it to be IPS, like every other laptop out there. Calculation of the war. This is so funny. Raschet Voi, Voini? Voini? Yeah, the translator in this browser not good. Not good. The original says the calculation for the, how do you say this in English? I can't tell if this is correct, but is this correct? Worset. No, no, no. Ah, now it's good. I had to add some context. I know this says plateži, which is the same, similar in Croatian. So this is like monthly, but the thing is, in the original here, they omitted the word monthly because it is a given. You know, you know that it is monthly when you calculate the whatever. Try index translate. It's fine. You mean on the website? Raščet tarifa. Okay, I think this is good. I'm not sure, but does this make sense to you? It's a lot better than the calculation of the war. Maybe we can click it. Yeah. Sleep time. I'm gonna go to recharge myself and the phone. laptop I don't have to recharge. I just plug it in when I get to the office. Time to go to sleep. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I know that you're the only one here at this point, so thank you very much to whoever is crazy enough to be rewatching the video on demand up to this point. You're completely crazy. Don't do that ever again. Thanks again for the chat, Neil Thompson and Alexei. Sleep time? Yeah, it's midnight. It's midnight, and I go to work in the morning. You wanted to talk about video you're going to make. Neil Thompson, are you on my Matrix room? I'm really going to sleep. Uh, Double Matrix, yeah. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, if you want to say quickly something about the video, type it. I don't know. I don't have any more energy to actually discuss it productively. By the way, let me see how well is my CPU doing. So see, Alexei, this is a really good CPU. And it's still being pegged by OBS no matter that I am using NVEnc. Just to note, this CPU is a lot stronger than the one I have in my laptops. So what is OBS doing here? I don't know. But only barely? What do you mean by only barely? A quarter of the core? How to sell Linux to non-tech Windows people? Don't talk about options and customization. They are not nerds. They don't give a crap and see this stuff as confusing. Well, when I said that I'm going to try to make a video, I already had something like that in my mind, which will not present them with any options. And obviously, I would have to pick one distro for them, because as soon as you mention more than one distro, it's game over. They are no longer interested. So I'm the one who has to make a choice for them. And, stuff like that. Just recommend the March. By the way, Neil Thompson, did you watch my Zorin 17.3 video? Seriously, did you watch that one? I dropped the link into the chat. If you have time to watch that one after I end the stream, please do. And I don't know, maybe drop a comment to this Zorin video if you think that this is on the right track to present to non-technical users. I mean, this is not the video that I'm giving you to show to your associate. This one is a bit technical, but you will see why I'm showing you this video, because this video I have explained in a fairly simplistic manner as I could, but along the line I tried to explain what this OS can do. So as soon as you start explaining what this OS can do, it gets a little bit technical, but I tried to make it chewable for, and when you check it out, drop me a comment if you are, I mean, you can chat with me on Matrix as well, but if you drop a comment there, I will know why you're dropping a comment. So that's going to be it kind of from me for today. And thank you very much, everyone who joined, especially Alexei and Neil and Iceblade. And the rest of you who have been hopping on and off through the time, because I have seen like 7 of you at several times. So nobody really talked. I think it was Ghost who said he was only lurking. But yeah, have a good night, everyone who is going to sleep, and have a good evening to everyone whose evening is just approaching.